Greetings, technology enthusiasts. I am Chandrahas and I am delighted to be here with you representing CyberBrainer. Do you not believe that the technology sector is advancing at an unprecedented rate, making this an opportune moment to acquire the skills that will facilitate your progress? With CyberBrainer, we are empowering you to take control of your own future. At CyberBrainer, we do not merely impart your interests. We assert that information is power, yet it is the application of knowledge that distinguishes you. Our courses are meant to equip you with essential skills, whether you are pursuing data science, understanding artificial intelligence, or delving into cybersecurity. Let us commence the session and seize the future today. Thank you.
Not sure whether this tenant was handled with any kind of standard worker information, but if it is not, we'll see after you create the report what kind of process that you need to review to manage standard data. I said similar to the matrix, you have trending report actually, which where you need to take the trend source actually. Or if you wanted to go with advanced, but you wanted to have the trended data, you can look for trended sources. This is going to be kind of business object. We'll use even when you actually create trending report also. When you go with trending the same options, what you have a matrix will be coming. Grouping, column grouping, group grouping, drill down and detail data fields. You'll be getting same. What you see in matrix. Only thing is your source will be different in matrix and trended intended. You'll be using only one kind of source which is standard in matrix. You can go with any other business object or source in order to get accurate data. Similarly, now I'm creating advanced with standard worker information. I'll try to know the future heights, future terminations for getting in the organization. We'll try to find that information. Future high, in a sense, anything future from today, right? If employee is getting terminated today is getting current data. But other than today, like tomorrow, day after tomorrow, anything after today is a kind of future termination we can consider, right? We'll try to see how you can get that information. And normally normal business. Object worker will not, give you a kind of information of future terminations. You need to actually go with the business process transactions in order to know all the future terminations or future any kind of action events that are happening with employee. But your trended data source will be the kind of trended thing, right? Which will be looking for trends happening within Workday. It will give even future terminations also. But the way that you deal with the report, it can give the future highest future terminations also. And it will give you a tiny bit. Since you have selected advanced, you got a chance to actually make your report as a web service. I'm not able to select anything. You have taken trended worker information and where you wanted to view the termination data, let's say featured termination. We'll see how to handle this one. As I said, trended worker is a kind of unique business subject that holds different data. When you take worker, it will not look for worker business subject. All the worker information will be coming from trended workers. You need to know when someone asks you to actually get a tense of termination, trends of hiring. When you get such kind of requirements, forget about the format at least. Source. You need to know which should be your trended source, then the format and all. Probably you can think which report type will work based on your needs and all. That can be internet workers or advanced. You can actually take that one go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's filter the data since we wanted to have feature date, feature terminations right. It should be after today's date, which it should be after today, which are nothing but a kind of terminations. You have two options. You know when you wanted to filter the data, whether you wanted to have activity or snapshot. Snapshot is nothing but which gives you no information right from the effective date of the determination, and if you're taking as an activity, which is nothing, but will be nothing based on current date. It will look for even beyond that particular date. Snapshot is something different and activity something different. When you go with snapshot, which actually looks for complete information of termination without your current, your past, your future, it will give complete information of snapshot and activity is nothing. But we are now looking for feature terminations activity. This is nothing, but we are looking for certain kind of scenarios to get all the feature information. Instead of snapshot actually getting all the information from the snapshot, I want to get all information from activity. That probably you need to let when you are creating in any kind of terminated information, and termination is something, a kind of transaction, and but the writer, whenever you terminate an employee or whenever business process called termination triggers in Workday, your termination even executes an employee will get terminated. Similarly, whenever you wanted to hire an employee, hire business process has to execute and then the employee will get hired. Similarly, when you wanted to promote an employee from one position to another position, a business process transaction called job change will be triggering and promotion will happen. For any kind of transaction that needs to happen in Workday, business process plays an important role in running in the background and making the transaction to get complete. And now, since we are talking something about termination, whenever termination has to trigger in Workday business, process called termination has to run in the background. Without that business process running, employee will not get terminated in Workday system. If a business process running properly and if it got corrupts and stops, running and in the background, whenever a termination has to happen and your business process is not supporting to terminate, there will be no termination is happening in the system. Remember that we are now trying to get some information on terminations. It is nothing, but you are trying to get all this information from termination business process. Another way that you can actually filter here is business process type kind of third scale, build you and you. What should be your business process here? What should be your business process? Termination should be a business process. Yes, and who will get termination? Who will be getting terminated? Anyone can get terminated, right? Contractor can get terminated. Employee can get terminated, anyone can get terminated, right? Anyone who will be getting terminated has to undergo through termination business process. But most of the organizations, what they'll do is contractors. They'll be not tracking, they'll not go with, they'll not maintain any kind of standard business process for hiring contractors or for hiring for terminating contractors. They'll just give create a profile and give a start date of that contractor without any kind of a normal business process. Will be because when employees undergoing with getting hired under a specific business process called hiring, all the things has to happen. Benefit elections has to be configured, benefit elections has to be provided, and any kind of bonus amount there, one-time bonus has to be given. All these things employee will be getting, and thus the reason why the hire business process is configured with all these steps, like assigning any kind of one-time bonus if it is eligible, and creating any kind of benefit plan based on the hire date. All these things will be happening through benefit thing, through business process. But for contractors, all these things will not be applicable, right? They'll be going outside of that business process and create manually the contractor profile. Actually, and similarly, when you wanted to get termination information, you need to know it has to be in 99.9 case. In a percent cases, you will be dealing with employee termination only, because you wanted to actually know the termination information of an employee. But contractor, you can get it. But in most of the scenarios, most of the customers will not be maintaining any kind of standard business process for contractors. Whenever they wanted to a contractor ends, they'll just expire that the first day account and make that employee to leave, but they will not the terminate contractors with the business process transaction. Whenever you are dealing with any kind of hiring, a termination with standard, make sure that you are doing for employee only. We'll take worker type as employee. What should be your worker type should be employed, because for contractors will not be looking for any kind of business process, transactions and determinations. But in case it's just a kind of observation from from my experience, but in most of the customers who actually wanted to go with proper format of hiring beat contractor, repeat full time employee. If they wanted to go with standard business process, that should be, then in that case you can go with your, whenever you're dealing with hiring or terminations, you can go. You can include even contractors in your criteria if there is a kind of data that you feel it is there. But if in most of the cases they will not consider contractor as a kind of, whatever features that will be given for employee will not be considering contractor to avail those things. Record date is nothing but when termination activity has got recorded. We have taken activity of termination. Business process type should be a kind of termination, and worker time should be employee and record date, which is nothing but when termination has got recorded. That should be not today, but greater than today. If we don't want to go with the standard dates. But all the times in our report has to dynamically pick after today. You have delivered fields called today, where you can get from another field of your report filter, and your report will be working as needed. Can we have like record date as a prompt where we can give the date? Anything you can do. Now I'm asking like, can we do in this report? We can also refresh. There are some kind of default prompts that you need for this one. There are default prompts. That is there with the source. We'll be actually getting with this record type. I got typed. These needs to be actually utilized for prompting your data. Time series, date, from when to when you wanted to have will be swimming. Let's go with sequencer start date and then date and contingent worker type. We don't want it to have. We'll not be looking for contingent and employee type since we are already filtering with the employee type as uh, here again an employee type is different whether it is a regular or any kind of fixed term, any kind of those kind of employee types, and you will be giving and record type. We have already given activity and worker type. You will be working type. Also, we have given an active remove headcount. They will exclude from headcount. When you actually check this checkbox, the name itself is saying like remove, exclude from headcount. Whatever. Your headcount reports are there. They should not be. This checkbox, it's a kind of Boolean value. This actually exclude from the headcount. What you typically have when you're dealing with headcount reports with trended, this kind of field will allow to actually exclude from that headcount. It's a kind of a Boolean value. You need to check whether you want it to actually exclude or include in the headcount reports active. This is also a kind of Boolean value and worker type. Since we are already given my God, everything has gone. I believe, let me see, this should be the report. Right, but not sure all the fields will be there or not because we have not saved it right. All the fields has gone. Let me quickly add the fields that we wanted to have. Add the fields that we have created. Alright. Add the fields that we wanted to do. 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 Add the fields that we could develop. Add the fields that we wanted to do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You want this to have a kind of prompt, right? If you can record date as prompt and coming to the prompts, we start date and end date, which would be a kind of a different value condition workers. We don't want to be used. This is fine. Do not prompt at one time. And employee type, since we've already taken as an employee, will not be. Or employee type is kind of let's see options, what it gives you take full time, a regular kind of thing. And the code type which we already taken as an active. Let's make it as do not prompt. and worker type as an employee, which we have taken mark as prompt and will be going with start date, end date with employee type as fixed, since you're already given the regular. If you record date which comes from your report, will give last no default value. You can just keep it as it is, that you can take care when you're running a report. Now let's see if you're we got two things. We had the field data source filter is required. Time series start date. Let's take, I don't know, this is not leave tenant, right? Not sure whether what data that it has, but let's take the 8th is not leave tenant, right? Future terminations will not be processed. Let me go back. Started when we go back, we're getting back data terminations. But feature also you'll be getting, since you know this is not a live tenant, right? We are all the feature. Reddit hate. Our transactions are performed. We are getting a blank. But based on this, you should be able to go back and get accurate data. And also based on the date range that you wanted to have. Let's say here I've taken something till today. I've taken till today with the snapshot date there was an activity, and record date of termination does got me two terminated records, which you can actually take it as a kind of a trended information between the date, range of terminated and employees. Similarly, you can play around with any of the information with tender. If you wanted to know the any kind of change business process transactions happened, let's say promotion or job change, anything that you wanted to know. Only thing is that you need to do is in the filter, I've given business process type as terminations. Just remove the termination and we will look for all the transactions. But when you actually filter with terminations, you don't look for terminated one unless you the trended one. It's simple, but only thing is you need to know how trended works versus a trended one. It's simple, but only thing is that you need to know that. You need to know That's how you actually deal with the worker. Related sources and objects will be managing the same way with your filters of, trended workers. Anything unclear? Anything that you wanted to check or clarify here? And it would be, since you know it is not regular worker, right? Probably you'd be having some kind of questions managing trended. If there is anything unclear, you can check. I would like to do this by myself, and if I can, I'll ask questions in the next round. Because when I'll do it, I'll understand what I didn't understand as well. One more thing that I wanted to show with when you're managing trended information. I think I didn't proxy as Logan, right? That's the reason why I'm not getting few options. Let me proxy as a Logan and show some of the options that you can handle during trended reporting. When your report is not pulling any data, when you manage any kind of and that reporting related stuff. Just come to moment, internet, focus or task, and here just click on refresh. It will refresh the date and will actually pull all the records you'll be getting. Far we have tended records processed around them. This is the head container that we have far till date. But if there is anything that you wanted to include fewer employees, that has to be a part of 100 who might have got tied, who might have got terminated, who might have got, any kind of transactions happening in Workday, you can just refresh this one and it will execute and refresh your source to get the data. Maintain trended workers just to keep in your mind, which actually behind the screens it runs and groups all the trended workers into one source, which you'll be actually managing trended things. There's one thing you need to remove. You need to remember while working with standard reports, and the one that we have created, right, advanced report, is a straightforward one. We just took very basic fields and try to see if we can get future terminations, which we are not, because since this is not a live tenant, you will obviously see no one making such kind of transactions. But we were able to go back and find previous terminations in our report. That should actually give some kind of examples. But you can actually manage with any kind of same report. What I have created, just change the transfer, change the business process type from termination to change job. From the termination to hire, that you will be getting that relevant data when you run a report. Just try with that option. And also now we have taken advanced report, and there's a reason why we're getting all the things in a tabular format. But in case if you wanted to have a kind of trended information to be populated in a graphical format, then you need to choose your report type as trended instead of advanced. That you will be getting an option to actually choose the chart in a way that you wanted to populate the data and get it. See you soon. I'm trying to show you one of the delivered search report that Workday provides. You can see here, this is one of the search report which actually populates all the learning courses that are available in Workday. All these are the learning courses available in Workday. And based on your requirement, you can select on demand course and certification criteria competencies. Again, which actually enables more filtering options for your courses and returns the data. These are nothing, but there's nothing whatever which has populated based on your search criteria. Traditionally we call it as filter, but in Workday language we call it as facets. For search report options which are available, you on the left side of the screen are called as facets. And here, whatever your final output comes is nothing but here's data that you have returned as per your search criteria. All the list of items will be available here. And you can enter your search criteria here and hit on search. It will be returning your search criteria, your result based on the search criteria. And enter compliance. I was able to return only compliance courses based on the search criteria. I was able to return a few courses that are actually relevant to the search criteria that I've entered. The search report is nothing but which enables you to return the output based on the search criteria you have provided. And you also have a lot of facet options to filter or to actually return actual exact data based on your facet option checkboxes. We'll try to create one search report now. Typically, you actually go for any kind of Workday openings after your computer goes. And if you wanted to apply for any Workday position, basically, you'll be choosing any of the company which is using Workday as their HR system. And you'll try to find if there is any relevant position as per your skill set and apply for that position. All those options you'll be finding in a search report format. Search report will be there, or deliver search report might be there, or any kind of custom report with customized data of search criteria would be created. Such thing, we'll try to create now. This will be called, as we typically can call it, as find job report. Find job report is nothing but which actually returns you a job as per your search criteria. And you have a lot of facet filtering options to choose your job as per criteria that you wanted to have. Search report is nothing but a custom report. Select your search. Type search. Let us see what you can take as job posting. We wanted to open a job site. We'll be selecting job posting. Access job posting is primarily business application returns one and all per job version inclusion progress complete external internal. We can choose a job posting or job posting anchor. Anything will work because job posting is nothing. But once the requisition is created, the requisition will be posted. You post it in the recruiting. When it is posted, it will be available for internal candidates and external candidates to apply for the job and go for a recruiting process. Selecting job posting anchor. Search results will actually ask you what are the search details that you wanted to have. Job posting, which job posting that you wanted to have, job requisition ID, location of that job, and any kind of criteria that you wanted to have for job posting, whether it is a spotlight job. Spotlight job is nothing but important and typically kind of job that requires an extensive recruiting attention when you wanted to find any open position. And start date of job posting and end date of job posting. All these things you'll be able to find when you're applying for the job. This kind of information we'll try to enter. You have created all the search actual data that you can return in your search report. Now we'll do some face-to-face it filtering options to actually look for actual data. You have an option. You can go for internal job posting or external job posting. You can print out your job questions here. The job posting is nothing but once a requisition is created and job is posted, the recruiter will be selecting whether this position of this job is available for external candidates or only for internal candidates. If it is for external, you will be filtering your data from external job posting, or if it is internal, you also go for internal job posting. If you're going for both, then select our operator, which will return both internal position, internal posting or external posting. It will be returned. And the next is you need to select your face at filtering option. What kind of options that you wanted to show your face? It filter will be selecting here. You go advanced. What is it filters you? Multiple facet options that enables you to select appropriate job as needed. You the difference between the hierarchy 1 and hierarchy 2. Location hierarchy 1 is nothing but a region. Region and hierarchy 2 which actually returns just states. Let's say if you are actually going for any kind of job in the United States. Hierarchy 1 returns you all the regions of the US and hierarchy 2 returns all the states of the US. Memory location where the access job posting or job is available. What are the skills that are required for the job? Level of the job. Generally, in any of real-time scenario, you can consider external careers as your external posting site because external career site is one of the recruiting site what we'll be creating. And that will actually enable us to post the job for external candidates. But since you know there are a few other that are available, might be few jobs are available in this portal. And there's a reason I've selected all, but in real time we will see only external careers. This would be like your LinkedIn and your ZipRecruiter and those sites. Because we wanted to have job posting as a primary field that needs to populate when you're searching for a job. And once you create a Workday account, you will be going to this page. And you will find it the relevant job positions that will be available for you to apply for. Somebody like me who's not from HR or HCMM, will it be possible to apply through them? Yes, we can go there and I can find, let's say, Workday Reporting Analyst position would be there for you. If you find any of the position called Workday Reporting Analyst or Reporting Specialist kind of position, you can. If you see that kind of position in LinkedIn, you can click on Apply button and that will ask you to create a Workday account. And once you go there, you will be finding all this job information. You will find anything called reporting, reporting specialist will be entering. We don't have anything called reporting here, but in general scenario, if you see anything for reporting, you'll be going there and they will be filtering or based on country, which country that you wanted to have. And full-time, part-time. And job level, whether it is individual contributed or any other levels. Location region, which is nothing but hierarchy 1. I think this is one of the major concerns I have, that after doing this course, I should be able to materialize. I'm not looking for a very high up position. I'm just looking for something that I can start working. Even if it's just reporting. Just not a fair level, but something which would be relevant to your learnings or what kind of posting you'll be looking for. You'll be looking for Workday positions on the right. I'm thinking I'm doing HCM as well on the side, and I understand that quite well. But I would like to do reporting because it's fun. Some organizations will have positions only for reporting. Reporting specialist, reporting analyst kind of positions you'll be having. You can straightly go there and you can apply for that position. There will be kind of analytics, kind of positions, reporting analytics, which will basically ask you for dashboard and for reporting skills. Have you created a report and have you configured any kind of dashboard? Such kind of things. We ask you, you can actually apply for those positions as well. I was looking at that today. Actually, it's funny that you showed this because I was searching for that to see. I will create reports that you have taught us that I know how it works. If I'm questioned on it as well. Yes, you can. Whatever reports that you're getting created here, you can mention all the report names. You're an expert in creating search report, you're expert in managing trended metrics advanced report, and will also be covering the transposed and transposed report will be creating and inbox report will be creating. You can say that you're expert in all report types, that there are a lot of chances to filter your resume. And will also be creating calculus, I think from day after tomorrow. We'll be getting into calculus concept and will be covering most of the important calculus that are available in Workday. And you can add that skill set also in your resume, which gives weightage for your resume. Thank you. These are how you will be actually managing search report, and you can go for any kind of search report if you wanted to do workers. If you wanted to find workers, you can go for workers data source and create a worker report. And if you want to find any kind of mentors, who generally every organization will be having mentors and mentorship. You'll be selecting those options as well to actually filter your data with search results. These are the search reports, again the kind of specific requirement for this kind of requirements. And how I've created Find Jobs. Find Jobs is nothing but which is used to actually find your job when you are actually applying for any kind of job recognition. When you have such kind of requirements, you'll be creating such report and you'll be managing that to populate the data based on your search criteria. Do you have any questions on search report? No, it's quite straightforward. Like it's basically the facets of filtering on the side. That's, I think, the main concept. Sometimes you'll be asked to provide a lot of face filtering options that enables you to choose your data according to your face filter. You'll be having a lot of options which you can choose. And where would you normally get this kind of requirement? From which kind of team, like which team would be asking for this? Or is it from any team wanting to know what positions are available within the organization? Their superior. It's something like whatever data that we've created now, there's something related to recruiting, right? Recruiting will be posting jobs and Canada will be actually selecting a job based on the filter criteria. Recruiting time might be reaching you. Hey, we wanted to have a kind of report that should be for external as well as internal, and which actually results all the jobs that we have internally, and Canada should be able to apply the job. Your recruiting team might be requesting you, and you'll be creating a report and you'll be handing over. You'll be reviewing the output and then you'll hand over the report to them. And find workers, find mentors or learning courses, as what we have seen, learning courses availability. And if you wanted to create a report for all the workers and find worker information, if you wanted to find any kind of worker based on any kind of face, to face filtering option, whether it's contractor, full-time or based on skill set, based on location, based on their country. If you wanted to find all the employees, you can go for creating the worker report and give all the face to face filtering options. They will be able to choose employees for particular country, particular region, state location and contract worker type, employee type. All these are the face filtering options you will be comparing, and that will allow you to pick the employees based on your filter criteria. Accordingly, your search result will be returned based on the criteria you have given. In any of the module, you will have a request and mostly worker related reports. You will be creating and jobs. What we have created is one of the important reports that we'll be creating as part of such. Let's see if we can try to create another report. Let's take transpose report. Transpose report is a kind of report which actually changes columns to rows and rows to columns. You rarely get options that you create. It's not a kind of criteria or important type of report. I can say it's not that kind of important. Search report, advanced matrix, tended are mostly using reports. And all other types, you hardly get a chance or you never get a chance to create whatever you're saying now. But it's better to know how it functions, how it actually returns the data. Thank you. Some basic information. We were discussing about search. We just created one search report. I'll show you. This transpose report. How search report will work. Transpose report. Transpose report and all of the rest of the reports are not that important for you. You'll hardly get the requirements to create this kind of reports. But till search report, the kind of important report type that you must be aware. You get any kind of requirement, you can go ahead and create those reports. If you know how to actually specify basic filter options and any kind of data that you wanted to search, you can actually do that. All these reports that I'm creating now are not that important. But it's better to know how it functions and how it returns the data. See here what is the meaning of transpose report. Transpose report is nothing but which populates data where columns will be shown as rows and rows will be shown as columns. If you create any advanced report, how it used to populate, you see it employee name, hire rate. Suppose your organization cost center has kind of columns, right? You're seeing now there's a kind of rows and columns as columns and columns as rows. You're seeing here, there is nothing different. What will be the same, but only the thing is there will be interchange between rows and columns. There is the only difference. Other than that, data part and filtering part, everything has helped you manage an advanced report. Only thing is the way it populates the data, the way it shows you the output is a little different than your regular reports. You'll be seeing all rows as columns and the columns as rows. That is the only difference that you have. And this kind of reports you hardly get a chance to create because there is nothing specification here. There is no kind of specific reason why you go for transpose report. But if business wanted to have all the columns as rows, you can go for this kind of report. But most of the business use cases will not have any of this requirement. You can just go for travel report, which is nothing but advanced report. But yes, you can know when someone asks you what is the difference between advanced and transposed, you should be able to define advanced report populates the data as rows and columns. And transpose report is quite opposite to advanced report, which will be populating rows as columns and columns as rows. And I didn't say really, you'll be getting chance. I never got a chance to create a transpose report. I created a census report. I'm going to try to show you that report. Silence. 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 search report. This is nothing, but I might have told you when we were discussing what types of reports. Search report will be returning all the data based on your search criteria. Whatever search criteria you have given, your data will be populated based on the criteria. And it also has some kind of filtering options which we typically call as face head filters in Workday. And that will allow you to select your data according to your requirement. And then, based on your face head filtering options, the checkboxes that you will be making your data will be returned accordingly. Now I'll be running the report that I've created because the search report data. You will see your output in this way. You can enter any of the criteria that you wanted to have, and accordingly your search criteria will be entered. Search data will be returned. You don't have to find any of the direct information that you are posting. I'm getting all the related information. Search criteria will be returning data according to your search criteria that you will be given. And other than this, you also have an option to filter your country. Only in a year's jobs has to be populated. And only full-time jobs needs to be populated. And direct operation. Regular fixed term options will be there. Based on your face head filtering option, your data will be filtered actually. Your actual data will be filtered and it will be populated. Remember what I was explaining on this report is search report is nothing but which actually used based on your search criteria. And this specific report, whatever I was showing you now, find jobs is nothing but whenever you are applying for any kind of jobs in Workday portal. In Workday portal, you'll be getting similar kind of report where you'll be selecting your job according to your skills, according to your location, according to your country requirement. You'll be selecting those options and you'll be finding relevant jobs. And you can go to that particular job and apply for that position. In general recruiting, you can go to that particular job and you can apply for this position. Basically, when we go for any kind of Workday sites in our Workday portal, if you see any LinkedIn posting, then you click on LinkedIn posting and accordingly you'll be getting into Workday portal. And there once again in the Workday, you'll be seeing similar reports operating with all the jobs. You'll be getting the filter according to your filter criteria. A test report is one of important reports. Not very frequently you'll be getting, but based on business requirement, not too many you'll be getting. But based on the specific requirement, you'll be getting a chance to create reports related to candidates, related to jobs, related to workers, related to, if you wanted to find employees specific to country, give option to business to select based on country, based on employee type, based on worker type, location. All these things you can specify as an asset printer. And finally, your worker report will be trimmed actually. Such kind of reports also you'll be able to create based on your business requirement. Find jobs you have created where you are able to give all these fields. You see, whatever you were seeing there, job posting and requisition ID, title, location, spotlight. You were able to give all these fields to be populated there. And that's what you are seeing here. the main data. You are seeing all that information. Using job posting title, job requisition, ID posting date, and whether it is a spotlight job or not. And as far as the kind of location we have given, all these things are based on your data that you have given while creating a report that will be populated accordingly. And similarly, these options. Whatever you are seeing here, these are nothing but basic filtering options where you will not go for filter and give this information. You will not add any kind of filters here, but you have an option to go to advanced, where you will be having face side filtering label. You can do whatever face side filtering options that you wanted to give. That will actually filter out your data after you run the report. Search report is one of the important report. I can say after all your matrix, your trended, your advanced. Search report is one of the other important type of report that you had to get a chance to create. Any questions? Search report, transversal report, any questions? No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for reviving it again. We have the other report type inbox report and composite report. I can say those are another two types of report which are rarely used and mostly not, but it's better for you to know. Probably we'll be covering those two report types in tomorrow's session. And with that, we'll be covering all the report types in Workday. And then we are good to start our calculated fields from day after tomorrow. We'll be still creating reports, but we'll be knowing only specific cases, specific usage, how to use a calculated field, and what kind of functions that we have in calculated fields, and what would be the requirement, business requirement or external system when you are sending data. Well, it is an integration requirement that integration team has and would have requested you to create a report based on vendor requirement. And to achieve that requirement, you might be going to create some calculated fields and all. We'll be seeing all that kind of functions and how to tweak the data, how to manage and optimize the data and all. We'll be seeing that in calculated fields from our probably once we are done with the last level of reporting tomorrow. We'll be getting into calculated fields and we'll be covering a few more. We'll be creating a few more reports with all the calculated field functions. On that report, we'll play with calibrated refills. Before that, let me talk something on calibrated refills. As I said, calibrated refills are the kind of data tweaks I can say. Whatever the functions, the major work that we'll do in calibrated refills is through functions. We have around 30 functions that we have in calibrated refills which are completely data tweaks, which you generally do through programming language. In other software technologies, if you take SQL, you use SQL to return the data or to use some kind of functions. You will be using, let's say, concatenation. Concatenation is actually a function in programming language that merges multiple values, that combines multiple values and returns the data. In actually any programming language, if you take, we will be using a function called concatenation to actually merge any of the values that we have in a report or in any of the objects. We combine those objects. We'll be using this function. But in Workday, we don't have a concept of using any kind of scripting in report. We don't have an option to write a piece of code, write a piece of script to do any data tweaks in Workday. That option we don't have. which is a kind of advantage for the people who are coming from non-technical background managing with all these functions and all. It's not possible, and it is flexible for employees, for developers, for reporting analysts who are completely without any kind of technical this thing. This calculated fields will help them to avoid writing any piece of code to manage anything technically, any kind of SQLs or any kind of languages. I think you doesn't need all these things because these calculated fields has all these features where you just need to select them according to your requirement and use them as needed. No need of writing any kind of piece of code because all these functions which are there in calculated fields will override those kinds of scripting skills, and you just need to configure the calculated fields in order to perform the job. Calculated fields are based on existing calculated fields and based on delivered fields. We call it as a kind of delivered field, and all the calculated fields are built based on the delivered fields or built on the delivered fields. I can say your delivered data can be read through calculated fields. It's not like you'll be creating a brand new calculated field with a new value and return the data in a report. That will not be a right definition for that one. Calculated fields are built based on the delivered fields and also based on the existing calculated fields. These are the two ways that you can create a calculated field. But you cannot create a brand new field through calculated fields, which is not a kind of operation or job that calculated field. That's where a lot of people have some confusion. They keep telling that calculated fields are custom fields and we can create a new value through calculated fields, which is not correct. Calculated fields are based on the delivered fields that they provide. We create calculated fields on the fields that are already there in Workday. Let's say employee name is there. Employee name is there and you wanted to do some calculation on this employee name field to transform the data, transform the employee name format from one format to another format. Let's say employee name field is in uppercase. Now we wanted to actually transform the data in a lowercase or proper case instead of using any kind of function in languages. You will be using calculated field functions to perform such kind of job. I can say calculated fields are based on the delivered field that Workday provides and manage any data tweaks. Let's say employee name is there and your external system or your business has asked, I don't want complete name. I just want the preferred name or just 4 characters of the first name and last characters of the last 2 characters of the last name. If such kind of requirements are there, your calculated fields will be coming into the picture and it plays a major role in performing this transformation and to return the data as needed. I can say calculated fields are based on the delivered fields that are available in Workday, and if you create any calculated field and that can be used in any of the new calculated field that you wanted to have and play a kind of role to return the data as per the business expectations, as per the external system requirements. When I say external, why does external system comes into picture here? Because all the report concept that we have discussed are kind of reports which can actually integrate from one system to another system as well. Though we are not covering any integrations, but if there is a kind of request, you know you're working in a reporting team and some of the technical team like integration team will be reaching out to you. Hey, you're managing the reports and I wanted to have a report that needs to be sent to benefits provider which actually returns all the data of employees who are enrolled to that particular benefit plan. If such kind of request comes to you, you are the owner of building a report and there are some kind of areas where you need to go and manage some fields with calculated fields. based on the vendor requirement, based on external system requirement. You will be building a calculated fields in the report, and the integration team will be sourcing your report to integrate the data to their system. And calculated fields can be used are used mostly in reports and scheduling. Recurring jobs and business process condition rules and integration schedule jobs. In all these areas, your calculated fields are used that performs data tweaks and data transformations. You can change the format of the data, you can tweak the data, you can break the values, and you can get the value that is sitting in rated business object to primary business object. And you can get multi-instance value into single instance, and you can play any. You can do some kind of evaluations. Let's say you're sending a benefits data to benefit provider and they wanted to have some kind of codes for all the benefit plans. Let's say healthcare plan. Is that healthcare, medical insurance and accidental? All these kinds of plans are there, right? They don't want complete name. They wanted. For healthcare, they wanted to have H. And for medical, they wanted to have M for accidental. They wanted to have A. When you wanted to have this character based, codes on the benefit plan. Such kind of things, can be performed or calculated by evaluating the condition. If there is a medical plan in the system and if employee has enrolled into the medical plan, just get M of the M character in the medical plan and populate data accordingly that vendor can understand. M is a medical plan and H is a healthcare plan and A is accidental plan. In that way, your vendor will be understanding and those things can be managed or calculated. Most of the reporting analysts, reporting specialists should be aware and should have a kind of good understanding on a calculated field, because a lot of reports as part of business requirement will be requiring calculated field skills actually. It can be used in any of the reports we have. There is no kind of restriction that it can be used only in specific reports. We have a report that we created with all the basic information. Now we try to use calculated fields on this report to see how it actually creates the data. We have employee name, hire date and organization, cost center, location, salary, age and phone number. Email address is not populating. Let's change the email address field. Now we have employee name. Let's start with the basic functions. Now you see here the full legal name is populating with the proper function. It's not again the full uppercase or lowercase, it's actually populating in a proper case. Now let's convert this full name, which is populating in a proper case, to uppercase, completely uppercase with all the characters. When you are actually using calculated fields, there are two ways of using your calculated fields. One is through the search bar. From search bar, you use a function called create calculated fields and accordingly you will create actually. And also the other way is going to the report, and within the report we have an option to create a calculated fields. There are two ways of creating this, and when you create a calculated field from the search bar, it applies to a tenant level. It applies to a tenant level, and any calculated field that created from the search bar can be used across the tenant. Anywhere in the tenant you can use if you are creating a calculated field from the search bar. But if you are creating a calculated field within the report, if you are creating that calculated field will be restricted to do that particular report. It is not extended to any other report other than any other report or any other areas where the calculated field can be used. It cannot be exposed when you create a calculated field just from the report. If you see here within the report, you have an option to create a calculated field for a report. When you go with this option, your calculated fields will be available and will be restricted only to this report. And it cannot be used in any other report or any other area where you can use calculated field in both days. The best recommended way that we suggest to all the developers and the reporting people is go ahead and create your calculated field from the search bar, that your calculated field will be exposed to tenant level across the tenant. And whenever there is a person who have a calculated field requirement, they will first look for existing of the calculated field in the tenant. Only if that is not available, they will go for creating a new calculated field. That if you are creating a calculated field with all the functions in your report and the same kind of requirement other report has, you need to create another calculated field. In order to avoid any kind of duplicates, just create your calculated field from the search bar, that the other person who have similar kind of requirement of calculated field, they can use the calculated field that you have. Instead of creating multiple versions of calculated fields, we have a single one which actually used across the tenant and across the reports. Now, We were trying to actually use the calculated field function that changes the format of the name that you see. I have used a function called format text function to actually format the data. I have used a function called format text here. We created a calculated field that performed data tweak and format the data populates in a way that you wanted it to. Now, if you run the report, what it populates, you will see the name has got transformed in the format of our case. We have around 30 functions of calculated fields, and all those 30 functions can be used in reporting based on the requirement. You have all. These are the functions. These are all the functions of calculated fields which can be used as per your need. Thank you. And in order to find the calculated field, you can just enter CF colon and the name of the calculated fields. It returns your calculated fields that is there in the system. The format of the date that you see here 1 month, which is nothing but day, month, year or month date, year and the format it has. Now we'll try to change this to a different format. Now we have an option. See, here you have multiple options to use your calculated field actually. Let's do one thing. Now what this does is it's populate date and month. Here, in order to have only John 3 characters of month, you can give unions. Now we do some kind of data breaks. See here human resources. Suppose an organization in which you have employee name and employee ID which you wouldn't be needing. What we'll do is let's try to pull all the names of, suppose, an organization instead of names, employee names here. You see human resources, job banks, is that right? Let's strip job banks here. Let's strip Steve here, like that. Whenever we see basis, we'll try to break that and get only organization name. Now it actually before that it has break. There's no idea. This is the idea. This is the idea of the cost center. You need to understand what code that vendor is asking, whether it is a reference ID or just a cost center code, or in your business. Whenever your business gets what ID that they want it to have, whether it is this ID or just this one that is operating before cost center, you need to know that one. There are multiple ways in actually getting this one and this one. Now we'll try to get the first. You know the code that is there with cost, and we'll try to get that one. Based on the characters, we'll try to break this one. Start. Like that, we actually play with all the you know as per the requirement. These are all the basic calculations which are frequently used. There is no kind of criticalness that you are seeing in this category. We just need to choose the function and use the area where you wanted to tweak the data. That's it. There is no complexity. Did you see any kind of complexity in this formatting? Can be used across the reports and mostly used. These are the functions which are mostly used when you are dealing with the category different functions. A lot of the payroll. I can say compensation reports or benefit reports, recruiting related reports, performance related reports, performance related reports. That deals with goals. There are a lot other areas where you can use this. Calculated fields according to business function requirements. They'll give you the order to have this. It's your choice whether you can play around with the candidate function. If you are restricted to, calculated reporting, calibrated field is the only option that you can use. But if there are any, if you do a little technical way on, if you're dealing with any integrations, you have a chance to compare whether your code will do best or your calculated field will do best. If your calculated field is doing best and meeting the needs, then don't end up thinking of code. But if there are any areas like calculated fields, require too many calculated fields to be created for just, let's say condition like for creating for getting employee who is active as A. If employee who are active, you wanted to populate as an active. Terminated. You wanted to populate as terminate, and employee who went on leave should be populated on leave. They have here. You need to actually define some conditions because employee who's on leave needs to be returned as leave. Who are on active status needs to be returned as an active. Who got terminated should be returned as terminate. There are three kind of output values that you need to return based on the employee status. You need to define some kind of conditions logics and evaluate those logics and use those calculated fields in your report. One calculated one value should be requiring multiple calculated field functions here. The example that I said, right, active terminate leave should return, should have multiple calculations. The text constants store false conditions and evaluate calculated field function. There are three kind of calculated field function that has to be used in order to tweak the data. If there is a way that you can do in a kind of, in an easier way with the language, where you can just write a condition, if employee status is active, then populate, as active kind of script. You can write. If it's condition, you can write and, manage that thing. When you're actually dealing with any kind of data integrations, not too much technical, you can compare whether the calculated field performs easier or your. Language, your programming thing will do best. You'll be comparing and you'll be dealing. But in your case, since you're specific to reporting, you only have an option to use the calculated field. You can use how best that you wanted to utilize the calculated field function and add that to tweak the data and return the data from the report. What I would suggest is go ahead and, do some hands-on. Just get a kind of conceptual understanding what we've used and how if you get a chance, how you can play around with these functions and get the result in the report. Go ahead and get familiar with what we discussed, and we'll be discussing a few more calculated functions that are more advanced and can be used in complex reporting, and how you can see data can be taken. The evaluate function that I've used and the lookup with the function, which gets the value from parent related business object to parent related business object. And your extract single instance, which plays a major role in actually getting data from different business object to the particular business object and getting the primary, which deals with single instance values, multi-instance values, and aggregated related instance count, related instance. There are a lot of values, a lot of functions we have. According to requirement, we can use these functions. And probably today we have seen the very basic characteristics which are mostly used. Yesterday, we have created some basic calibrated fields. You see here, demographic basic data is there, and we have used a calibrated field function called concatenation. Format text, format date substring. I think in substring we have used. I will just walk through on those and go for further level of gradient, calibrated fields. Concatenation, concatenation. What does concatenation does is it actually merges all the values, merges values. When I say values, it only merges extra values. It won't merge any kind of numeric and one text value and one date value. It will not match. Congratulations function will be looking only for the fields that are of text type, and then they can get match. Now employee and employee name got matched here. See how we have matched. I have created a calculator with concatenation as a function, and then employee is selected, and then there is a delivered field called single space, which actually gives a space. We have single space and full name. I have taken and submitted the calculated field, and then I have used the calculator fields in my report. There are two ways of using calibrated fields or two ways of creating the calibrated fields. One is the search bar. We will be creating a calculated field which can be used across the tenant. When you create a calculated field in the tenant from search bar, it means that the calculated field can be used across the tenant. But there are certain. Another option that we have is we can create a calculated fields from the report. From the report, we have an option to create a calculated field, and when you create calculated fields from the report, which is here, CFTA calculate field for a report. When you create a calculated field with this option, which means that you are making your calculated field restricted to the report you have because that calibrated field is specific to that report. That is the reason why you have gone here and you have created for reporting purpose which cannot be accessed to another report. When you create a calculated field with this option, this cannot be searched from the search bar. You cannot find this calculated field from the search. Also, you cannot use this calculated fields in another reports or any other areas. When you create a calculated field from the report with create a calculated field from the report, which means that that is available only for that particular report. It cannot be used or it cannot be utilized in any other report or any other purpose when you create a calculated field from search bar. Now, when you create a calculated field from search bar, which means that it can be used across the tenant and multiple reports can be added and wherever calculated field can be used. When you create a calculated field at tenant level, you can use the calculated field across the tenant. You can add it to the scheduled jobs. You can add it to any kind of existing character. All the things that you can perform when you create a calculated field from the search bar. Amit, if you create it from the report and if you're sharing the report with somebody, they get access to the calculated field. They can access, but they also can access only within that report. They cannot use it. It cannot be used to any other report or any other area of I'm using this concatenation function. This concatenation used to do concatenate the text values. But it cannot concatenate numeric values, unit values, all these things it cannot concatenate. Only text values will be concatenated. You see here just concatenated employee and full name and it has given this thing. Similarly, if you see here these are regular delivered fields and this is the calculated field that I have created format text one. When I've used this one, this first name, this entire employee name has been converted to uppercase. Regular delivered fields will be populated in the proper case. But I've used a function called format text that actually updates your value with uppercase. How I've done that is, I'm sorry for the concat field. Can we use only text values? Only text. You cannot use any other. But employee, it is kind of a number, right? Employee is text only. It's text. Employee is text. Got. Employee can be alphanumeric. Here in this case, we are seeing a number. But generally employee, it can be alphanumeric. It can be numeric. It can be alpha also. There's a reason why your case got employed as a text value. You can see here the format text which I've selected. I've selected the source name as a full legal name. And once you select the full name, you'll be getting options here. And you'll be selecting uppercase for transforming or formatting the text value. And similarly substring. These are the fields that I've used. Substring is one thing that I've used again. Cost center is something you know. We have a cost center. There will be a cost center code before cost center, right? We try to get that cost center code that it has and we use that in the report. Cost center we've taken. And we've gone with the fixed position of the character field. Text field we've taken as cost center and fixed position because we wanted to have only the coded as it uses right in the color in the cost center. Let's say if it uses 6 characters, we'll be pulling those 6 characters through fixed position. Actually, you can give the fixed position and starting position is 1 and where you wanted to stop the field retrieval. You can give it 6 that it looks for 6 characters and it will return. Substring is nothing but which breaks the text values, which breaks and give the final output. Here, what it is doing is it is actually looking for first 5 characters of this cost center and then you look for 5 characters and it will complete the. Now, if you see how the code will be returning. In the cost center wrote 406,000 AR services and now based on the substring that we have used here, it has got 406,000. Which is based on the characters that we have. And there is one more function that we have used, format date. If you see here, hire date is 11/2000. Now we have used format date function which has written data like this. This is nothing but format date function. Anything can be formatted. You know this is something related to format date. We have format number, format text. We have certain character functions which can be used according to the need. Now format hire date. I have selected hire date. I have selected hire date. I have selected format mask as one of the inbuilt another function. And then once you go for format mask, you should be getting a format this thing where you can give the kind of proper syntax. If you wanted to look at the syntax, what are the values that are available? You can just click on this strip. Then you should be seeing what are the characters that will be returning. We will use that. That's all. We have created format date, but we'll create a few more things now. Are these clear? Do you have any questions? No, Amit, that's good. Thank you. Now probably we'll go further other character functions. Did you get a chance to create any character fields in your current experience? Rimfa? I did like one or two. One was a little complicated. I had to take help from my colleagues. The other was like concatenation. Oh, then you're aware of. But like I had few doubts whether we can concatenate numbers like that. It will not return numbers and the value. It will only be text values. But if you have a number that needs to be concatenated, what you can do is you can convert that number to text and call the text value to your this thing. You have a function called convert number to text. That can be used in order to if you want it. There is no option for you. In order to concatenate, we can do that. We're going to create a few more things probably today. We have this many functions we have. We don't have a number, we have text to number. We have text to number, but not number to text. Today, we'll be covering the maximum. You know the USP for calculating good functions across the reporting. Now, let's say if you want to return any kind of value that is sitting in the related business object. What you'll be doing? You'll be adding a related business object and then add the value. But what if you don't have a chance to actually, to handle the report that go getting the fields created for that one? Let's see add to this report. I'm showing how it works. Now I have a report under worker business object. Now if I wanted to have manager employee ID in the report, what options you will get? What options you have to get manager employee ID? This report is built on worker right. Now I wanted to get employed of manager. How do you get that? Any get. Support. Like we have to check in the business object if there's any related business objects like super, org name or something like that. Manager name manager, ID that I wanted to get. But how do you use here? You added a related business object as manager and was able to get employee ID from the field. But what if you don't want to use the related field? You wanted to use worker as a primary business object for the calculated fields to have your unique primary business object as a worker and no other secondary business object should have in the report. When you wanted to maintain such things like getting value from a business object, which actually when you create a calculated field, you can use that related business object field in the primary business object only. In the example that I was seeing you in the worker, if you wanted to get any dependent information or anything related to benefit information or anything related to employee reviews, you definitely wanted to. You have an option to actually edit that particular report and add that particular value and then run this one. But you have an option to actually use related and from there you can give. But what if you don't have an option to actually use for work any other business object in the report, but it has to be a worker? From worker only, you need to get employee. But let's see if there is any delivered field called manager, employee, that without the value. I need to use worker. See if worker has any kind of delivered field called manager ID. If that exists, you can use this one. Manager ID comes in worker, you can actually create. Worker has manager ID field, but I think that is a kind of delivered field from here. Let's see if this runs. Both come same. This exists. We don't have dependent. We have dependents as a kind of multi-instance which will be getting you multiple values. But we wanted to have dependent. I can use dependent as a related business object. I can use dependence as a kind of related business object. I can have dependent, but I wanted to have this to be from worker, which is not possible. Let's say if I copy here, you will not get. The dependent will not get. In order to have this, instead of using related business object, there is a demand for you to actually use it in a single report. What you can do is there is a function called lookup. Lookup is a function which actually holds or get the value that is sitting in related business object to the primary business object. Dependent, right? What is the thing I said? Lookup is a function. Now we need to set the lookup field. What is the lookup field? Where you want to get independent. Is it like we are finding out a common field for both the business objects? No, we will be finding a related business object, actually not a kind of common. There should be a kind of related field. We need to get dependent, actually the one I'm looking for. Its inner dependency, the multi-instance field. This lookup is not identifying. What we can do in order to identify that multi-instance field, we'll just do some one more calculation. See if it starts single instance. Since it is multi-instance, your lookup was not identifying. I'm creating one single instance condition, not all the different sets. I don't want to go different condition or the condition is true. Actually use this thing, it's true. And what is the value that you need to get? I've created a single instance that actually returns dependent from dependence. Now I can use this value in my lookup. What I want to get? I wanted to get dependent value. I can also use dependent because that is coming from the single instance which is sourced as dependence. We have taken multi-instance field in single instance and we were able to get dependent. And similarly, you can also get the relation also. Whatever field that you are taking in related to business object for dependence, you can take that now. You can take a relationship. Anything related dependence now you should be able to take. Let's take dependent. Oh, I don't need to use any kind of related business object. I can remove this. Let's have worker business object. See, anything can be used in your report. Remove the second grade business object. The same dependent. Now, at the same time, you can also use the same variable function to get relationship also. You just copy this one. This now you got someone listening how to use lift ups. Sorry, I'm at my line. I'm disconnected. I just joined back. You know the usage of lookup now. I've used one more example. I think you might have got disconnected during that time. I was able to get dependent rate for under worker business object. I was able to look up and get dependent, and similarly now I've tried with relationship also. Dependent is kind of a rate of business object and relationship you can get. This is what we need to get instead of using related business object. You can use a lookup to get all the values into the primary business object and populate in a report. Understood. Yes, I'm at. You want to give another example? Oh yes, please. But before that, let me give you a kind of scenario. Since independent is a kind of one business object, right? In order to get this, we use this as a kind of related business object. And from this we use to get dependent relationship or not in a report. Now what we thought is, instead of going for related business object, let's have all the values from the primary business object. Generally, the function called lookup will be used in order to get a value that is sitting in a related business object. Lookup is a function which actually pulls the value from a related business object. Lookup. We used to actually work, but since the dependence is a kind of whatever we have here is a kind of multi-instance field. Since you know that dependence is a kind of multi-instance field, lookup was not able to identify this one. This dependence is kind of in a multi-instance field which lookup was not able to identify. Lookup only looks for text values and single instances, but it will not look for multi-instance. And that's the reason why we actually created one more characteristic with single instance function and use this value dependence. That's how we are seeing dependence. We have used and called dependent from there. And similarly, we have used the same characteristic again in lookup to get the value. Now it has returned and now dependent. I am able to get. In the same scenario, in order to get employee review, manager rating. Manager rating will be part of employee reviews only. Now get me the manager rating for me of the employee review. How do you look? Any guess? Sorry, can I please repeat the question? Manager rating employee reviews. For performance review, every employee will be given the rating rate from manager. Now, in order to get manager rating in a report, what we will be using? Definitely it has to be a kind of related business object. First, let's try under worker if there is any manager rating values there. If not, the council will look for it. We don't have manager rating here. Let's see. I need to use this one. It should be getting manager rating. Since I have used the related business object, I am able to. But the request and requirement is, do not use any kind of related business object. All the values should be from worker business object. If you want to get that one, what do you have to do? What do you have to do? We are going to create lookup or calculator field. Look, and when you will be able to lookup when your value is a single instance. When your value is a single instance, you will be able to create a lookup. But when it is a multi-instance, still you can use lookup. But there would be one more. You know, calculator fields created as single instance and call that single instance into lookup and get the value into the primary business object. Now our value is sitting in, the single instance only. I think it would be one single one lookup will work now. Now if I wanted to get, and it's the overall rating for worker only. I'm going to go for worker only. Get that value. And now see if both will be returning the same value or not. We'll see. Amit, I have a question. Like in the business object, you selected a calculated field, right? Like before creating the calculated field, you had something else, right? The employee review. What is that? Now manage the rating. I've used a calculated field. Let's see if both return the same value. Both returns a blank value. I think manage the rating is not good. But generally, we'll take one more example. Now get your question. If we go to the report, first you added a related business object, right? When you started the example and you showed me the single instance. Can you add the same field again? This is here. My question is like business in the business object column. Can we add a field? Because this was a field, right? Single instance field. Even anything can be used as a business object. Even I can use this one as a business object. Its dependent is there. This logic I'm not able to get. I mean, field is something like which holds the value and it returns some value to us, right? How we are using. Even worker is a field. I'm saying worker is a kind of business object, right? Even worker is also a field. Let me see. I can use this kind of business object. I can get. Your question is open space. How can this can be used as just a field, right? You're asking, right? Oh, let's say we're using worker as a primary business object, right? Now what is on? Say if we go to fields, which is the thing. Worker is also a field. Whatever business object that I'm saying, what is a business object? Business object is nothing but which holds the values, which holds values in the form of fields and instances. That's the meaning of business object, right? There is no underlying meaning other than this. Business object is nothing but which holds the value in the form of fields and instances, and even which you are using it as a field. For worker, you are using employee and concatenation, name, hire date and supervisor organization. You're using a field. But even worker is also a field. And that's the reason why you're able to use here to have a worker as a field. Worker is a field of worker business object itself. Worker is a field of worker business object. Sorry, Amit, if I'm confusing you. What will be the value I'm getting in worker? Like, is it the worker name? Worker name you will be getting? That's fine. Because worker is a business object and it has a field worker, and that is going to return us the worker name, right? But my question is, we are creating a calculated field. It's like a field that it has only instances, right? It doesn't have another field. Am I right? You see this? The single instance that I will use. This one is a field, right? If I use this as a business object, since it is holding a primary business object, any business object field here, if I use this as a kind of business object, this can be used as a kind of, umbrella under which you can have fields. If I take this one, I was able to get dependent name here. Similarly, I can use that as a business object. I can use that as a business object and can get all the values from the dependent business object. If I now I'm getting dependent. Now, if I wanted to get any relationship, I didn't get that relationship because I've used dependent, depends the kind of source field here. I've used dependence as a source field, and this source field is actually making a difference to give this value. Whatever dependent value this source field is containing, you're getting the value here. And also when you create this calculated fields, and when you wanted to have a single instance field rather than using the same field, you can also use this as a kind of business object, and from this you can get the field values. Because you've used dependence as kind of object. In this field, in this calculated field, you've used dependence as a kind of object, right? That actually matters here. You're just a single instance is not a kind of a field. The reason why you're able to get the values in the report is because you're maintaining primary business object as a dependent. When I say primary business object is nothing but a business object, this single instance category field is a holding business object field called dependence. That is the reason why you're able to manage to return the data. What I understand is there is a business object worker and there is a business object dependent, and they both have one common field dependent. Through that, you're pulling all the other information from the dependent business object. Is that right? I think you can say the joined kind of thing you can think of. Worker is a kind of business object. Under worker, what is the related business object? Given it is a related business object, right? Since in the dividend is when I say dependent is a related business object which actually has multi-instance. Dependence can have multiple values, right? Can have relationship, can have, dependent, it's a kind of multi-instance field. I've actually used it as a source here and was able to get dependent. And similarly, in another example that I was seeing employee review. This employee review is a kind of related business object that I'm using as a source field in lookup function. And then from that lookup function from the source field, I'm getting the actual value and playing around to get the underlying free. And you can also use that time that as a kind of business object in your report. There is no kind of concept. Right? Only business objects can be used as a kind of object to return the value, even when you actually create this kind of calculated fields which is holding a multi-instance field for business object called independent. Now this can play game to return the value that are sitting under this for this business object. It can be created. Go ahead. You can create a calculated field. And if you wanted to return any value as a kind of single instance that you can get. Now, let me give you a kind of one more example. Now I've used this single instance character field and was able to get dependent rate. Now let's say if I use what is independent. Multi-instance field and there's a single instance field. Now I've used another worker multi-instance field and as a single instance I have taken. Now we'll see the difference between these two. You can see is getting multiple values. This is getting multiple values, but if you see here, this is getting single value. Because here you have using, this, here you have used single instance field and you have directed, you're saying direction. Here we saw two direction from top to bottom. A to Z from top to bottom, Z to A from bottom to top. From bottom to top, get me the first instance. From top A to Z means from first to last, get me first instance. Or from last first, get me first instance. You're saying this one. This matters here. That's the reason why you're getting a kind of value of single. But if I change the sort direction here, I'll be getting a different value. This is currently looking for top to bottom, bottom to top. As a kind of first instance, this is looking. If I change the sorting direction as top to bottom, it will actually return the different value. Now go with your question. You're asking the other question, right? I forgot. I don't know. I was just trying to ask, like, if we create a calculated field, it's kind of like relating to business objects, and through that field, we are trying to pull some data from the other business object, right? That's what we're doing to this question. Remember when you wanted to use the calculated field that you have created as a kind of object. Only two functions in it will be getting better. Single instance and multi-instance calibrated field function will allow you to use that as a kind of business object because you're actually managing the source field as an object here. Your object as a kind of source here. That is the reason why you're able to take this to your report as a kind of business object, but you'll not use this one. This lookup you cannot get. Let's try to actually take this. What is the field name that you're taking here? You see, calculated fields are very easy. But if you need to, if you can understand the logic, it will be easy for you to play around. But if you don't understand the logic, probably it will confuse you a lot. Now you see here what I was doing. This single instance, I also created one lookup, right? This lookup calculated field will always return only single instance, right? Lookup will only look for single instance. That's why you cannot use it as a business object. You're not using the source as a, it is not holding the source value as a kind of business object, right? No, this one is there. This is a subject. See if I can use or not. Any calculated fields you take which holds the business object as a kind of source that can be used as a business object. But if you directly go, let's take any other example of lookup to see if that can be. Since this one is actually holding single instance, one as a source, and single instance is holding one complete business object as a source, you're able to use this as another business object. But let me see if I actually get any other lookup related fields here. For example, you see dependent relationship manager rating. If you see here this manager rating, the kind of lookup that I'm using the single instance value as a kind of source. This can be actually used in other way also. But since you know the lookup value which I'm using here, this is a kind of source from which I'm actually taking the value. That is actually used as a source business object in your report. But it might sometimes, it might not work as well. Even if you take it might, it will not be working. Though you will be getting a value, it will be not getting. You need to be actually, testing. You need to actually test whether you are able to return. Sometimes, some meaningless calculations also will be able to form, but that will not give you the result. The proper format that we can understand is when you are a calculated field is holding business object as a source to get the downstream value. Now here I can say in lookup value, you're using your business object as a kind of dependence from single instance and you're getting this value. Which means that you're holding a business object. Now, when you actually use this as a kind of a related business object that source. Sorry, I'm at this point. Can you please repeat here? When you say when you are using a calculated field, that is using a business object as a kind of source. Now, if you see this lookup, dependent is using single instance field and single instance is holding business object as a source field. When it is using source as a kind of business object field and when you want it to return further values from the calculated field, that can be considered. Since this is a source you're using, even this single instance also I can use as a business object. This also I can use as a business object and I will be getting still. My dependent will be the source. But only the thing is I will be getting single values because I'm using single instance as a business object, I'll be getting value. But if I'm using worker as and as dependence, what I'll be getting? I'll be getting multiple values because dependent is a kind of multi-instance. If you see here, if I take this and this as a kind of business object and if I give dependent, I'll be getting only one value because I'm using a kind of single instance here. Single instance is a kind of business object and dependent as a kind of field. Now I'll be getting only single value. But if I go to worker and dependence is a kind of multi-instance field, I'll be getting multiple values. Because the same example, if you take worker as a kind of business object and dependent, I've taken as a field. I've taken it as a field also. If you see here, this is also a business object. Dependent is also a kind of business object. And also under worker, I've taken it as a field. But again, if you go here, if any dependent field that you wanted to return, you use this as a kind of business object. Here you have got 3 examples. Now, if you run, what will be the result? Worker, you will be getting number of multiple components. This one I've taken multi-instance as a kind of business object. Now, if I use single instance as a kind of field, I'll be getting one dependent. And the same, you'll be getting this case also. This too will be behaving the same because this has been used as a source in the below field. These two will be returning the same value. Because the same dependence is a kind of business object which has been sourced here. And that is the reason why you'll be getting the same value. Let me run the report. Lookup and single instance are two interrelated. Probably you need to understand how those are getting synced, how those are getting related. If you understand that one, I think lookup would be a kind of easy for you. And most of your complex reporting will require lookup. That's where you need to understand more about lookup and single instance. How these two are getting linked kind of thing you need to understand. If you see here, I got dependent in the kind of single column. When I use dependent as a kind of business object, here I'm getting 3 values in a single rows. But when I use the calculated field called single instance as a business object, I'm getting only 1 value. The reason why? The reason why is you're sorting the field dependence. You're getting a sort field called dependent from top to bottom, from first to top, from first to last. Which dependent comes in the first row, first instance. I can say first instance. Your single instance will look for that only. It will not look for multi-instance because single instance is a kind of function that will give single value. Now we have used this one. And if you go to the report, there is a reason why you're seeing as you're getting a single value. If you wanted to get multi-instance value here, you need to actually use dependence. You're getting? Similarly, you can take this one with the calculated field. Now we know you have this value, you wouldn't be needing this again. But as an example, I'm saying just go for multi-instance 1 and get multi-instance value added here. Or let me create and show you. Actually, your presentation will be having at least some sense of it. Actually, M8 I'm able to understand, but some flows not, like getting connected. Is there a chance, like you can show it to me in a diagrammatic format? Like like this field goes here and pulls these values, something like that in a diagrammatic format. Maybe not today, even in tomorrow's session, like if you can. I'll try to create a code for you to give you some kind of understanding. Thank you. Let's create this one and see if that can give you a better understanding. Create a count field. I'll use a function called multi-instance. Now, what are you using in this multi-instance calibrated field in order to get multiple values? I'm using now, like all the dependents, because I'm using multi-instance. But what's the difference between any is true and is true? Both are the same. Both will be the same. Any in the sense means if you're using a kind of business object, it will be looking for all the values, and if anything that satisfies as a true, it will get the one. Is true is also a similar thing, but is a kind of look for a single value. If dependent is there, you're giving the dependent, and if you're taking is true, it will look for single value and anything that comes as a satisfied value, real value, it gives. But when you're using a multi, this thing dependence, and if you're using any other field, there any true is nothing, but which looks complete business object, which could complete business object and anything can be used which can be satisfied. Is Lookup is a kind of important category fields which will be helpful for you in most of the complicated reports. Now we can use. Since you know this is used as a field in the report, this calculated field is used as a field. You're getting multiple values. This is used as a field. You're getting multiple values. Now what if I use as a field? I use this as a kind of business object. What I'll do? Single instance. I'm getting single instance because the value of dependent I have is a kind of single instance. If you go into that calculations of dependent, it shows like ascending or descending, and this is going to return the first value based on ascending or descending. No multi-instance will not look for first and last. Single instance will be looking for that. If you see here, this is a multi-instance. This is single instance. Single instance will look for direction. Ascending order and descending order, it will look, but your multi-instance will not look for. It will return all the values. Single instance will look for direction and whichever is getting satisfied. There are three dependents. One would be a kind of for in first sequence as a kind of date of birth or anything. One would be in primary sequence and the next one would be in secondary and the next one would be. Now what it will be looking is, it will be looking for ZTA from bottom to top. It will the first occurrence. If you take what you will be getting. Third value beginning. First chain. Second chain. Now we are saying from bottom to top, you are saying bottom to top, first occurrence. You will be going, you will be getting the third change. If you go for A to Z first occurrence, you will be getting the first thing. First change you will be getting. You are giving us such kind of direction here. If you take my example, whatever I was saying, you will be getting only one dependent here. That's what I mean. You will be seeing the difference, the single engine. Single engine will work on a certain direction that you give, but this also makes a lot of difference. You need to know how to use this certain direction based on the condition. And then you can play around with complex reports and complex characteristics. We'll try to do some more examples related to lookups to get you a kind of sufficient understanding in taking multiple values. But I believe like calculated field is the most important part, right? And reporting. It is most important and it will change the entire layout of your report. Calculated fields are, if you're using the complex reports, most of your complex report will be having 90% of your report will be having all the calculated fields. All these functions that I was using that can be used. Because I told you right, I worked in one calculated field. It actually took the value from like 4 business objects. He tried to explain me, but at that time I couldn't understand anything. But it actually, maybe I started with workers and it had a dependent business object and it had another dependent business object. He just tried to pull the record from the 4th business object to the first one. He was just linking 2 fields and he brought it to the first one. That is what we also did the same. We have used multiple calculated fields just to get you a kind of comparison between the output. Whatever you're seeing, just give you a kind of comparison. But what we have done first is we have created, a single instance. One and single instance is called a lookup, and lookup is used in the reporting. Probably the one that you are seeing 4 to 5. 4 to 5. It might be a valuation function. We would have used. Let's say if employee is active, you need to get A as a kind of value. If employee is terminating, you need to get B as a kind of value. If employee on leave, you will be getting L as a kind of L or leave as a kind of value. Now you need to do multiple values. The problem will be creating. All this is just I'm trying to explain you how many downstream values that you would be needing for such kind of functions. You need to create one specific value called active, and if condition satisfies to look for. If employee is active, then return the value or kind of conditionally specified here. We created multiple other functions with different examples. Probably will extend to 1 or 2 more sessions now. We'll try to cover all the major calculations functions to see how it works. Now let's add the evaluate expression calculated fields to this report. Now you take the same scenario when employee is active, get active status. When employee is terminated, get terminated. When employee went on leave, get on leave kind of status and add this to report and see how it works. For that we need to have 3 characteristics. One is text constant, active, terminated and on leave. And then do a condition when employee is active, return this thing, add this condition and add all these conditions to evaluate expression. These are the 3 steps that we are going to perform now. Something like if else. If else. If this is true, get this. Else get the default value kind of thing. Just observe. If you're seeing any kind of confusion, just ask me. I'm trying to create a field text constant with all those three text values active, terminated on leave. We have created three text constant values active terminated on leave. Now we need to have three true or false conditions which defines when such condition is satisfied. This has to leave. This text constant has to be attached to those. Let me clear two of those conditions. Here we will take the Boolean values we have on worker status. Amit, did you go through the functions, the types of functions in any of the classes, and did I miss it? No, these are the only functions. Last session, this session covers what all we discussed. The function you're selecting right, like true, false condition text constant. What are the other types of functions did you discuss in other classes? I think whatever I've shown you, the substring format, date format, text concatenation. I got substring values. I think you discussed. I remember now. Those are the things I've covered. I'm taking this one, which actually is a Boolean value active status. Or you can also take if there is anything called is employee active. It's an employee business object. This session worker business object is employee active. This session is actually works well other than active status. The reason why is worker is employee, worker is active. The difference between the one that I have taken earlier. This one is active status. Active status, this is the session worker. And this goes into the loan and back to service. I'll just mention by showing that is employee active will work more efficiently than this is. And this one is employee active. This is not provided by. This is actually created kind of. And the reason why it works more efficiently is active status worker. It should be looking for all the worker types. It will be going into worker, the terminated and looks for active status. Workers are contractor and looks for active status. Workers are who went on leave and looks for active status. It will bring it down to all other fields and identifies whether worker is active or not. But the one that it is, this one is, we have given worker is employed. Workers should be employee and workers should be active. This will not go for all the worker types. This will just look for worker is an employee. Then make sure that the worker is active or not. This works more efficiently than this one. This is employee active field. Is it kinda like common to every organization? Because I have also used this in my company, this particular field. Yes, this is mostly used. Worker is an employee is a delivered for first condition. But you told me like is active employee is a calculated field, right? See what the, yes, he's active employee. This one is a calibrated field. The calculated field I have also used. I'm asking like if this is his active employee, Calculated field is something like very common among companies. Most of the developers, most of the reporting analysts, when they have a requirement that they need to choose active employees instead of using the delivered one, they can use this also. I think every organization where they have a requirement for active employees, they can go for this one as well. Worker is an employee. Active status are two delivered fields. This works more efficiently when this kind of calculated field is created. Worker is an employee is called as S instead of active status, and worker is active is given as S. This works in a more efficient way than just looking for all worker types. I'm adding this as active employee. I'm adding active status of first condition. What else is remaining? Terminated and only. Amit, sorry, what did you just do? I just kind of lost the flow. We created three text constants and we created a calculated field with true false condition, right? This is a step we completed. We have actually created a false condition that actually looks for active employees. Now we are creating for terminated one. It looks good. Terminated. I'm taking another Boolean value which works. It looks for terminated employees. There is one more free termination date based on report. I will save that as well by giving our operator. This one works well for actually identifying terminated employees. Terminated based on report date. This also looks for terminated employees. I would like to take that as well because this also works. Based on report effective date. Anything will be executed. This one will be executed or this one will be executed. We created termination condition. The last one that is remaining is only. We'll just create that and go for evaluation. But for the previous case where you gave our termination date is yes. Which means like if the profile has a termination date, then you're going to pull that. You're going to say yes, right? But there is a chance like this could even show us a rehire people also, right? Because they will have a termination date, but then they rehire. In that case, what we need to do is, if you don't want to have rehires, you can also use generally what it looks is it looks for even though it has got rehired. The current employee status would be active, right? It will not look for the historical terminated employees. It will currently look for current terminated status of the employee. Though, if your employee has got rehired, would have got terminated earlier and now would have got rehired, the current status of employee would be active, right? If it is employee rehired also. It will look for only current terminated status of employees. In such cases, it will not look for all the terminated employees from last 1 year. The kind of thing where it is not looking in that way. It was looking in that way. There is a chance to actually get all the terminated workers as well. The description says, when the current status of employee is terminated, will the value. You are actually taking a report based on current date. Whenever you are running a report, current date as of today, whenever you are running a report as of today who are terminated, just pull those values that you are seeing. No, I'm asking like, how did you come to like? How do you know you're running it based on current date? Is it because in the bracket it says based on report date? It's based on report date. It's actually when you're currently running the report. This actually takes that date. Got. And there is one more field called terminated, all the lower. For some reason that is not showing up here. That actually exclude a rehearse. All is one field that we have that actually excludes all the rehearse and gets on the current terminating invoice. But for some reason that is not showing up here. It should be having your current live tenant actually. Which one is leave? Now we have all the 3 text conscious boundaries and 3 door false conditions. Now the left out thing. The last thing that we need to do is bundle all these calculated fields into one function called evaluate function. The only one category which mixes all other cover logical requirement. This is what works well to define conditions and conditions. Well, I mean in this, return value of condition is true column. We have to give only a calculated field, or can we give any constant, no text constant, any text constant or anything you know that is related to the text value that they have given here, right? The field type you have taken as text here. Anything related to text constant, if you wanted to give, you can give anything. Can I manually type like active? No, 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 you cannot do that. That is not a free text value. That would have been easier, right? What I've created. Now when all these conditions are satisfied, return this value. Not default, value should be empty. But in this default value, you can define anything that you wanted to have. For now, I've given empty string which actually returns empty in case if nothing is getting satisfied other than these three. Let's take this. No report will be evaluating this thing. The reason why most of the cases what they recommend. Report performance will get down when you're actually increasing the amount of calculated finish in the report. But if there is no any other alternate option that you have to get the defined value, there is no option to exclude. We need to use that one. Let's look for terminator. It looks like termination status. Let's see. Only one is there. When totally we could look for that. And then you can leave. That's we typically evaluate this thing. Similarly, whatever we've done now, you can replicate the same kind of character for most of the requirements that come on your way. Let's say, if you're actually creating a benefit report, where you are creating a benefits report, benefit vendor has their own requirements. They actually have the file that you're sending to them. They say like if employees enrolled a medical plan, get the value called M, it's employee enrolled to healthcare plan. Just get a check if employee enrolled the accidental plan. Just get a kind of things in a that scenario will be creating the same kind of calculated. False condition if employee enrolled to medical plan. Then define conditions in that way. Then give it a constant ahem kind of things. You'll be actually creating an extension and again bundle all together and evaluate from the report all the defined values that vendor is expecting. Similarly, all the logical conditions that you'll be getting on your way should be defined in this way in order to execute those conditions and get a required intended output. Can you please clear the filter in the employee status column? No, I just thought I saw something like a different value there, but it's correct. This covers the most important, most critical. Where whenever you get a complex reporting type with evaluations, this kind of difference that you need to create. Let's go ahead and see what else would be kind of important thing. The arithmetic is very simple, which performs mathematical calculations. You just need to insert multiplication of all the mathematical operations rate. You'll be adding. Let's take one requirement. Now we're applying. I think this report has total base. We have total base here. Now there is a request from your compensation team asking, hey, I wanted to have 10% bonus added to current bonus, current base fee. 10% is a bonus amount that we're going to add as part of bonus period. Get me all the report that gives me 10% of additional bonus amount to the employees that were added. That would be a kind of requirement. What do? You have a base fee, and based on this base fee, you go for arithmetic calculation. You know how to do that. I haven't done it through this cap fee, but in general. Just get 10% of that and add it to the base fee. How do you get the percentage? I mean, you're asking in Workday. No, you said you have done it right. How did you get the percentage? No, I said no. I said I haven't done it. In any scenario, when you have such kind of requirement, calculated fee is the only option. Without calculated fee, you cannot get the percentage of the current base fee. Since you have taken currency as a field type here, elevating all the currency values only. If you take numeric, any of the numeric value that comes will be populated. But since we are trying for amount, I took the currency and took the dollar symbol as the United States. When total base pay is this, we need to have 10% of base pay as a bonus amount. Tencent rates of 10% of your bonus amount. This is also one important mathematical expression which can be used for all your mathematical logical requirements. Most of compensation related reports will use the automatic calculator fees. When dealing with compensation related reports, annual compensation statement, annual bonus fee statement, all these kind of requirements you'll be using. This is actually looking for all this thing, right? I've taken an arithmetic calculator for the United States that is actually creating a problem. People who has other currency other than EST, this is not going to evaluate. Now I'll do a correction. I turned up the EST. Just if I keep all of the currency there already, there is checkbox. There's going to be about any one currency has to be selected. Maybe one card to anybody. Or you should not see the edit. Let's see, for all the total base payment, 10% has got calculated. There is a 10% amount, a kind of bonus there. Whenever you have such kind of compensation calculations, first thing that you need to do is whether your arithmetic will work or not. Because most of the calculated reference will be some of existing compensation related values. You need to obviously match them in order to get the finalized arithmetic value, which you need to use this function called the arithmetic function. Right now we have used on current base pay, get a 10% amount, which would be a kind of bonus amount. Tomorrow you might be having a different requirement. Combination of bonus amount and base pay should be some other kind of compensation value that your organization may have. In such scenario, you still need to go to arithmetic, calibrate, function and do some of the other things in there. Any question? No, this is clear. Sorry, can you tell me what is the first one? Aggregate related instance. This one. It's not much important actually. These aggregates related instance values. Let's create this one. When you know aggregated related instance, you should be knowing count related instance and sum related instance. There will be one more calculated fill function called sum related instance. Aggregate sum and count related. These three are similar kind of calculated fills which works looking for related value and gets the value. Let's say now we have related instance, let's say dependent. Let's say we are creating a worker and we want to know how many dependents are there. We'll be taking the related instance as a kind of dependent and add it to the aggregated related instance. It will be aggregating all the related instance and then we will be giving the finalist value. What is that related value it will be giving? Similarly, count also. When you take the same case for count related instance, It will be counting all the related instance and will be giving the exact count. All these three functions work in a similar way. When you have sustain of requirement, you can take it. Let me do one scenario for the related instance. What can I take from the related instance? Let's see. I'm trying to actually think in what scenario dependence we have condition here. This is the relationship to a spouse, and this will actually aggregate the value and gives how many number of spouses will be returned for an employee. If it has too many, any kind of employee has relationship with more than you know, whatever the calculate that I've taken right. When employee is associated with all this sport relationship that I've taken, it will be returning that aggregated value for that one. This is more than one value for an employee. Another employee has multiple relationship types. Whatever is there in the system, generally it will be returning. If any multiple spouses or multiple sirens or something will be there, it will be aggregating that and will return all the values in the finalized value. Most of the scenarios you'll be using aggregated count and some related mentions for your bonus type of things. When you wanted to have mixture of a bonus amount, you might be getting joining bonus, you might be getting COVID bonus, you might be getting some special bonus. All these bonus are there, right? When you wanted to get a finalized output of all this bonus amount, in that cases you're using aggregated instance and count related instance. If not the count of all the bonus that is there in the system, you're getting count, and sum is, works as same aggregated instance only. But the only thing is the way that you take the draw first condition in both aggregate and sum is a little different. Other than that, both features are same. I'll take it related to some related instance. Count. Related instance are also used mostly when you wanted to have finalized. Look at the data amount similar to the arithmetic one. Less scenarios, you go for those things. And the other rest of the functions are regular, like format, build, date and date difference kind of things. You will see. Just mostly common and understandable functions and date constant. Date constant is nothing but text constant we have taken now, right? Text constant are active, terminated only we have taken it. Similarly, you can do date constant when you wanted to maintain the standard date for all the rows of the report. If you wanted to maintain the constant date, you will be taking the text constant. And evaluate expression, we have done right. Similarly, evaluate expression band. There will be a kind of I don't know whether your organization has any kind of specific bands across the job levels. When you have such kind of bands, same expression, same kind of process that we have done, define to our first condition, take text constant for the band and do the evaluation. Same kind of stuff, you are going for bands as well. And format, all kind of format functions you should see here. We have done format text, you have format number and you have format date, which looks in a similar manner, which formats the date in a way that you want it to have. I think we have done both. Format number, format date and format text are there, which works to format all the date functions and all the number functions. Lookup related probably will get you more. Understandable format, how to relate your primary business object to related business object in an easy, understandable way. I have created multiple fields, but I will get one defined graphical format that makes you to easily understand the logic that we are using. When you wanted to get lookup value from single and several from multiple cells, how to get that and how do you relate primary to related to lookup. I will be defining some kind of pictorial format and for data visualization and getting you in our next session. I think other than that, prompt value. If you wanted to give a kind of prompt, you can give substring. We have already used in order to break the text values. We will be using the substring and toward almost all the things, but you can go through. Whichever function that you wanted to actually reiterate, you can redefine in our tomorrow's session. And tomorrow I will be giving you multiple examples for lookup and the prompt for value. Can I have like one example? No, prompt value. Because at report level you'll be having a prompt, right? This does not make sense. Even if you take this, let's see what it does. But most this is not used in your reporting, because you have a direct prompt field at your report level which you can use as a prompt. But let's see what it does. A confirm prompt field state control of the prompt field. Of course, you will not use that calculated function. The unique function, the weak prompt feature that we already have in the report, where you go for calculated fields. I don't know if this is an exhibit or probably not, but this is a kind of natural prompt based on the text type that you have given there. I don't think it really looks for the value what I entered. But in most of the cases you will not prefer prompt for calculated functions. Because you already have something you know that works at report level, which looks like this one, but this will not look as intended. It's just try to avoid using prompt for calculated fields. This just works just as a kind of robot. It will not. Actually, there is no kind of inbuilt feature to identify the text value or any kind of numeric value that we entered. There is no kind of any specific feature for this one. It just worked as a prompt one but will not identify the actual values. That sits in the report. I think take it as just a prompt for you when you are actually creating reports. But other than that, it will not look for the exact value that sits in the report. And same as prompt. Only whatever you have at report level prompt, the only thing is it will not in report level prompt you have, since you know that is built at report level. It will be having the feature to identify the values that we define in prompts. But this does not have that, detection kind of feature to identify. Now I have entered David. It was not able to identify employee name with David or any value that is. That is a kind of David it was not able to identify. And it has given all the values here, which I think which it is not able to detect that one. In most of the cases, it might not work as needed. Just instead of going for calculated functions or prompt, go for report prompt feature. And go through all the other functions that you wanted to cover for today. Tomorrow, my agenda for tomorrow will be get you multiple examples for lookup that relates to single instance, multi-instance, and how you can associate primary business object to secondary business object through lookup function. I am trying to go ahead and try to create some kind of graphical format for you and try to get some examples that we can cover. Lookup. Lookup is a very important category and you should be using that lookup in almost all the report types, whether it is complex. Normal review report will be getting a chance to use lookup in all the report types. I think we have done multiple examples, but I'll try to give you more examples. which makes you to understand in an easy way. Thank you. Lookup calculated to lookup related values, the function that we have in cal field, which supports in a wider way to actually manage the data. Basically, the purpose of lookup is, as you know, you get a value that is sitting on related business object to primary business object. That's the basic concept of lookup. But what if if you related business object is a kind of multi-informal field? How to deal with such kind of cases? When you want to do a kind of lookup, there are multiple ways that you can handle it. This thing when you are related to business. Subject is multi-informal sets of single instance or textual view. How you can deal with the kind of logic that you need to think of, which you'll be getting by experience by creating multiple categories. But there lookup is one thing, and it will be actually performing some kind of logical thinking by when a field is a single instance. When you're related to business object is a multi-instance or single instance. How to actually, go in that way is kind of, the concept that we'll be discussing. Now, lookup is the only function that actually performs multiple ways to handle the data. It actually returns a single instance. Single instance. It returns a single instance of a business object. And it also returns multi-instance. It also returns multi-instance related business object. It also deals with multi-instance. This is one way that you can use your lookup. That's in general regular format. Now, whenever you wanted to have a related business object to be the value that's sitting with a business object, we're going into primary business, the single instance, and a multi-instance. What you have written at the top is also feels right. But just that it has a single value or multiple values, right? The third way that I'm talking about is a regular way where only textual values will be actually coming up. Textual values will be directly without any kind of single instance, multi-instance. They can actually take a lookup with just a kind of single textual value and get in the primary business object. Now, when it is a multi-instance, when there's a single instance that lookup will not support. What you need to do? You need to actually have that extract those single instance or multi-instance as a kind of textual value and get into the same lookup. However, it's working right. You'll be actually converting these two kind of field types, single instance and multi-instance. By actually doing again the complete function for extracting instance and extract quantity instance, you get kind of textual value, and then that can be called the lookup to get the final value. That thing, we'll be doing that. The other way is, I think these three are major effects that you'll be performing with the related business object, and most of the scenarios we're actually not able to pull the value from the related business object to primary business object because of single and multi. Then you'll go there, perform one more calculation, and again look up that value from your lookup from your RBO. Lookup related functions, you'll be actually getting that, and the related business object get the value. We'll see how it works. Let's say there is a kind of ratio, kind of concept that we can actually implement here. One example that I can give here is to just think of if there is a kind of need to actually get gross and net amount of the last completed payroll of each employee. We need to get gross and net amount that is completed in last period for each employee if we need to. Let's say if my name is John. Thank you. Now, these are the kind of rough graphs for the data. Now, in order for you to build a calculation or to have a report to return the data, the kind of net value and gross value for these two employees, you will be actually the lookup is one another data to pull a value from field that exists on a related business object and which you allow you to pull for the gross net pay from the payroll result to business object. All these values, these two values. Payroll result is one thing that will be pulling. This is something we have to pay. Alright, pay data payroll result line is a kind of business object that will be pulled. Now, if you wanted to get this into worker, since you are building a report on a worker, these two are sitting in payroll result. Business object, you need to actually do a kind of lookup. But before you do lookup, you need to actually get that into single instance. And then once you have a value for single instance, you'll be looking up to lookup related value function, getting that value related to this subject. Any question? No, it's clear. Similarly, when you actually get any kind of requirements to get the value in the primary business object or to have the kind of transport between the two business objects which might change the parent and the relationship, a lot of things need to be considered. Let's say benefit electrics. Employee has benefit electrics. Now, generally we have a related. We can create a report with worker to benefit electrics as a kind of parent-child relationship. We can have and primary business object and related business object. We can consider and have your report to be created that returns all the benefit plans. Now, your need is not to have a related business object. You wanted to have a good thing on the primary business object. And the scenario, in order to get benefit plan into worker business object you'll be performing, since benefit electrics is a kind of multi-instance. Let's do that. Instead of talking, let's do that and see how it works. Now all of our report is built on worker and then it will remove other related things. Probably we can discuss on the concept that I was talking about benefit plans. Let's say I wanted to know the benefit plan of each employee from worker business object to benefit. Instead of using anything as a related from benefits, I'll see if we can have any benefit plan delivered not registered. We have benefit plans currently enrolled. This is one thing which actually gives a multi-instance field. What are all the benefit plans that employee has enrolled? This will give. Let's see if there's anything. We have this as a kind of multi-instance field. Let's give a C. Now, in order to get a kind of each value per row, Let's see. This is one of the fastest approach that you can do in case if you wanted to maintain even a related business object in Workday. That's a kind of different scenario. If you wanted to maintain a related business object in your report, then you can do it in this way. Instead of actually building a calculated query, closing a multi-instance one and getting that into lookup again, getting into primary business object. If this works for your requirement, you can do in this way also. That you'll have both the primary and related business object in your report. Now, when your reporting requirement does not require any kind of related business object, then lookup will come in the picture. Let's see the three plans. But when I use a kind of single instance, it has got in three different rows. Now you don't want it to have multi-instance. Also, you don't want to have your value to sit in related business object. You want everything should be in a primary business object. When your requirement is in this way, then you'll think of having lookup to help you to get everything into primary business object, which is a shortcut. Let's see how to do that. The reason why we actually consider in this scenario, we will be considering lookup. Is that clear? Yes, I'm right. It's clear far. What we need to have first, since we need to know from where we'll be getting the benefit plan. That we need to know first. Here you're getting what business is a setting in current year. Something has confusing here for me. You went and checked the calculated field and you saw that it was from the related business object. I have not checked any calculated field. I've checked delivered field. Benefit plans currently enrolled, right? You went and clicked there and you saw that the related business object was business plan. Benefit plan. Benefit election. Benefit election is a kind of related business object, from where we'll be getting the value called benefit plan. If you don't mind, can you please click that three dots again for the benefits plan currently enrolled? This one. See, the related business object is benefit plan, right? This is not the case that I was talking about. From where benefit plan will be coming. Related business object is benefit plan. From where benefit plan will be coming. Benefit plan should be under the anything related to benefit. related object right. Not have that. Not have benefit plan as a field for related business object. If you wanted to return anything related to benefit plan, it has to be a kind of field from one of the object right, which is related to benefits. Benefit elections is one of the object that we will be holding field called benefit election benefit plan. Now, if you wanted to return this benefit plan directly to worker business object instead of having benefit elections directly to worker business object, you need to do all the things that I was explaining in the other example, in the payroll example that I was saying, right? Similar kind of thing you need to do. Do a kind of lookup, get the selections into extract multi-instance, call that into lookup, and then get that benefit plan into worker business object. That is how field will be actually doing. Makes sense. Amit, thank you. If you are looking for any specific plan from benefit elections for the employee, you can go to our first condition and add this condition to extract only that particular benefit plan. Now I wanted to have all the benefit plans of employees enrolled. I take any screw. The final thing that we are looking for, benefit elections. Benefit elections is a kind of related business which we already had it through single instance. We are able to extract that one. Now the final value, what we want. Put it in descending order and the top value. The final value which we were not able to get in worker business object is benefit plan. That is what we wanted to start it out. Final thing would be benefit plan, which we are not able to directly get into worker business object. We were able to add related business object and get benefit plan. That's fine. But now I wanted to have this benefit plan directly coming into worker business object. Instead of using any kind of related business object, I wanted to have this to be in the primary business object. For this, I am actually using single instance source field as elections. And from there, I am calling this benefit plan. Now sorting direction, how it works is to actually categorize the value that you wanted to have. Whether I wanted to have value from top to bottom or bottom to top. If it is a single value, well, it has got last updated. If you wanted to get last updated one from top to bottom. If you go for A, you will be getting based on first occurrence. You will be getting the very first one, the very old one. But if we get last occurrence from Z to A kind of bottom to top, when you give first occurrence, this will be the last event that has completed, which you can take this one. Or if you wanted to go with ascending A to Z last occurrence. If you did, you'll be getting the last completed event value. Now we have this calibrated field we created, which is ready to get into lookup. We can see here our current single instance. What we created has got into single instance. Oh, it has got closed. All these extract single instance, multi-instance can only be done with a related business object, right? Only if it is related to worker, or any of the just we are playing with. Worker only, right? Tomorrow you'll be building reports on compensation. You'll be building reports on performance related things. Same kind of concept will apply for others also. You just need to find the related business object and see if you can get into primary business object through single instance or multi-instance. Anything will work. Oh, you're creating again from the first. No, I'm creating lookup to pull that single instance one into lookup. This is the final calculation that we found to get to worker. Single instance will give the value, but if you wanted to get that into worker business object, you need to do this one right. Basically, they're telling the system for this worker, you go into this related business object and get back this instance. And now we are saying that put that instance in the worker business object. We took the single instance that we have created. Sometimes you can also use this one into worker business object, but this will not give appropriate result. Let's write both. Lookup on single instance. This is a kind of a field, a worker business object. I've created already. This is the lookup one. This is the plan from primary business object, right? Which is actually meeting our needs. Let's see what each one will return and see which one would be recommended to actually go for such kind of cases. If you see, when I go with the single instance one, we are getting like this. In order to avoid this, we are calling the single instance lookup. We get actually the benefit plan. This one will not be meeting your this thing, right? Getting active by now, even date of the plan and all. You don't require this one. This is the exact value that you will need in the primary business object. That is the reason why we actually called lookup into a single instance into lookup and had that field added. But Amit, how come these two fields are giving different values? Because we are extracting single instance from the benefit plans, right? These are same values. These two are same values. This is coming from. Even if you see here, gym membership is a kind of gym membership loop. This is the same value. What it is actually giving is actually going to the event and pulling the value. There is a reason why even date and all you are getting. But it is actually giving the same value. Gym membership club 1. This is giving the same one. And you can see the same membership for the other also. It's the same value, but only thing is it is giving all the details, even date and benefit election from when the employee is active on this benefit plan and all. Everything, every information this is giving, which we don't know how to have. We wanted to have only the benefit plan, right? There is a reason why. In order to avoid such kind of extra information, when you are actually reporting, you will use lookup that it filters the data that you wanted to have. In any other cases, you must be getting a head of query that. Yes, we have actually made that as a single instance. Now that single instance sitting in a worker business object only. Why do we need lookup them? We can use a single instance as a kind of field and a primary business object, right? Even if you are having, yes, you can use. There is no issue, you can use also. The only thing is single instance will be returning value of complete details of the value which you wouldn't be needing for your reporting. That's the reason why you add the single instance, your report on the go, and get that into your primary business object, which actually gets the internet value. What you're looking for? Amit, I had a requirement today. They are asking me for the tax elections, what the employee have on their profile. It's very similar to this, isn't it? What is the task elects? Tax elections, tax election. I would do the same. I would see, like from worker, I would see for tax elections what is the related business object and I would extract. I don't know where the selection is sitting in. What report fields? Identify tax elections. There will be multiple business objects, but in order to design your tab field, you will need the right one that you can choose. There's only one value. Let's say this is currently sitting in. It's sitting in the worker tax selection. Now we need to see whether this field can link to your primary business object called worker. We need to go to this object. What about related business object? Let's see whether it can link that field to worker through calculate field. It can link the same approach. What we have been should work. You can create one single instance first, or you can do the since the value. They want to? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Since there is not a kind of a single instance or multi-instance type, direct lookup function will work for you to get that. Since the tags, whatever we were seeing, is not a kind of multi-instance value or single instance type. You can directly use lookup to get that value. Just use the lookup field as a tag selection, some kind of value. You can just enter and see, let's say from here on with this one, something works. How did you find out like tag selection was not a single instance or multi-instance? We went on to the report phase, right? And on the report phase, the report phase is the one thing which actually gives you the complete information of the field. This is not a multi-instance, right? This is self-referencing instance sitting in worker tag selections. Now, if you go to worker tag selections, you need to see this field type that you can plan for your tax credit field type. Which you can think it's not a kind of multi-instance. Now we just see. I'll just go with the same number since we already have the report. This is working. Like many things, right? Maybe if you have two children, you will have something. If you have some disability income, you'll have something. It's like multiple values, right? That's called tax elections. And then I'm in a different understanding. I don't get it. You can actually, whatever it will be disabled or not. It means that it actually fits in multiple business objects to actually get the data of tax, elected taxes, and plans. It's a kind of, I don't see any other fields as well. Any other tax elections that actually sitting in any of this thing. Let's see. What was that? What do you assume? Worker D1 tax selection? Something was there? A field. I think a little up. This should work actually. This should work actually. What are the differences? Your worker tag selection is a kind of single instance field. But the benefit of this is what we're trying is a multi-instance field. But the same kind of lookup concept will work. Single instance and get that single instance in the lookup, and lookup can be called into your primary business object. Let me try. Just do that and see it works. It should work actually. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.